Give me just one more chance. Promise you will be by my side. I pretend it's not that strong, but I can feel the power of a song. Give me just one more night. Promise you will follow your heart. There is something going on inside of me. Give me just one more chance. Promise you will be by my side. I pretend it's not that strong, but I can feel the power of a song. Give me just one more night. Promise you will follow your heart. Promise you will follow your heart. Promise you will follow your heart.
Hello. Do I have a good enough stack right now? Debating whether I need to grab something. I need a drink. Got like a little bitty chocolate here. It's gonna have to be enough. We're gonna have to. We have to make it. Anyway, hopefully I don't look too stupid today. Just the right amount, I think. Screen capture, that'd probably be good. And I think we left off last with it feels like it's not the right size right now. Maybe my ears got smaller while I was gone. But we got like the burger patty we can pick up and drop. There's definitely some sort of polish we could do with this to make it feel a little bit better, but I think it's decent enough for the time being. Move on to some other stuff. Like we could add other physics objects, whatever, blah blah blah. But I think what I want to do is it's like the earliest sort of proof of concept thing for gameplay is we're gonna make it so we can spawn in these burgers. You know, working on the burger flipper. We got a burger, so we're moving up in the world, in the burger world. This prep background really is kind of ugly, but honestly, it's good enough for now. But what I want to do first, like the first thing that will really be like any sort of gameplay mechanic that I want is I want to have a stove, right? And I want to make it so the stove cook things on the top of the stove, right? So I want to be able to like put the burger on the stove and have it cook. That's like the first thing I want. So we're probably gonna like make a function that loads a burger using, you know, the physics object that exists, you know, assigning it the burger picture, and then also making it attaching the other burger images, like because there's raw, cooked, and burnt, and then attaching the custom functionality for like how cooked it is. But then the question is, do I need to just make a specific object type for the burger? Maybe that's just what I need to do. Because that'll be easier to make all the sort of custom mechanics instead of you can use the code for the rest, right? Yeah, so it's sort of like pieces becoming a more specific part. So like there's already the order object, which is like kind of a baseline object within, you know, these screens between all of these, right? So this green guy is an order object, then they have like a location, so he's at the front. This burger is also one, and it has a location, which is at prep, but then it also has like the physics stuff applied to it. So then a burger would be another step beyond that, where it has physics, you can pick it up, but also has the burger specific stuff. So then if I was to make like the bun, you know, the bun would be like specific to that, but it's still a physics object and ultimately an order object. So trying to think of like if that is the best way to go about it, or if that's just gonna make too many more data types than I need. But I think I kind of have to do that. Not necessarily have to, but probably easier to do it that way. Because I'm going to need a variable to keep track of how cooked the burger is. Funky song. But yeah, once like you've constructed the entire burger, it will all combine into one object. But that will probably like dynamically happen. So like that way, you know, when you place the bottom bun, you put the burger on there, you put whatever toppings and condiments and stuff on it, then you put the lid on it. It will sort of snapshot that and then create the new object via like basically just combining them all together instead of it being like a separate static image that's put into place. So that way, let's say you put your bun like this, right? And you put your burger halfway hanging off, you know? And then you put the rest on it. It'll stay that way. It'll stay ugly and misshapen. And then it will also carry over things like exactly how you put the condiments on, exactly how burnt and disgustingly horribly cooked your burger is, or just straight up raw, you know? That way that'll all carry over. Then the customer gets in and it's like, yo, what the hell? But yeah, ultimately it'll become one object because there's not really much point not to. Although I guess maybe if you were to deconstruct it afterwards, but maybe a bit of both. It's a project. I was just telling Thea about like how it's a project I don't necessarily want to put too much emphasis and thought into making everything perfect, like making sure the code's optimized, or like, you know, I don't want to do a whole bunch of code review like I do with Sacred Gambit, which is why I don't really want to work on Sacred Gambit, because I have a commitment to that, to review everything I do and make sure it all like makes sense long term, which is a lot of mental work, and like outside of even coding, like design, prep, review, blah blah blah, you know. Whereas this is not what I want. I want this to be a little more free form, just let it flow. So it may never become like any solid thing, but my hope is to just have something where I can make more progress, even if it's a bit ugly and rough around the edges code-wise. But anyway, so we've got this physics object, so we're going to go ahead and make burger object. Now, I'm not exactly sure what my best approach is going to be here. Because if I want it to be based off the physics object, I know that, but because of the way that this update function works, is if I override it, then it's not going to have the physics stuff anymore. So what I might try and do is make it so it has a function that, well, I want it to have all those specific mechanics to a burger, but I want it to also retain all the specific mechanics to like a basic physics object without overriding them, because then I would have to rewrite the same code again, have it replace that and add what I want. But these objects have a way to just attach functions to those objects already. So I think I might try and do that, but doing that inside the constructor for it might be kind of weird. So I could create like a function inside of this burger object. And I might even be able to make it static. That sort of applies the effects I want to see. Why would it be weird? Because the way that the objects work is once they're created, they exist, and then you can attach update functions to them. So let's say you had like a rock, right? And then your character casts a spell on that rock to make it have like 0 gravity for 30 seconds. Or like, gains momentum, whatever. Or it's like on fire for that amount of time, right? So you would attach an update function that would then perpetuate it being on fire, and then you could remove it. And that's more so what it's built for, is things that you want to be able to like do like kind of plug and play, like attach and detach. Not necessarily for things to be permanent, but it can be used that way. And so the way that it works, things beeping. The way that it works is like, if we look at these right here, it's these two. So we've got the draw functions and the update functions. And so it takes a function that is a void that has a shared pointer to an object, and that object is itself. So when it goes through, it kind of like applies it to itself. Do I have like a good example of it somewhere? I don't know that I do in this project. Because when it calls the function right here, it calls it on itself. So that way the functions can be universally applied. So you could cast that spell on any object that exists, and it would apply the same thing. So doing it as like a baseline and trying to attach it to itself during creation might be kind of an issue. I don't really know. Goodness gracious. I might have to fiddle with it a little bit, but there's probably a way to make that work. Now, what I could do is if I make a function called load burger, then I just create a physics object and then attach those after I've done it. I know that'll work. But then that means I have to create a function for doing that instead of just creating a data type that I can just call, and it will run its constructor to do that automatically. And then the next step beyond that is, if it's a function that's built into the burger object, am I going to create that in a way where it's not like self-referencing its own function and trying to attach that to itself? That might be kind of weird and cause issues. So there's a bit to consider there. So I'm going to try for now. I'm going to try and do like the most convenient way at the end. What would be easiest for later programming wise. I'm going to try that, see if I can get that to work. If I can't, then I'll move on to something that's a little more obtuse for creation later, but more likely to be easier to make happen. So, obtuse. Because, well, calling a function called like load burger, and then having to make that pass in like a location, blah, blah, blah. And then having that function then take all that and create an object and assign it is like just kind of more annoying than if I could just create the variable like I would any other variable, and it would already understand it's a burger, and it would act like a burger immediately. So I think if I make it like a static function, and then I can just call it, attach it like I normally would, in the constructor. So we're going to give that a shot. That'll work. Although this will have to change. Well, that's not what I wanted.
Just trying life on the street. I mean, America got hip hop. Jamaica then
Okay.
got ragga.
So this function,
Got
just going to say burger object updated when it runs. So the console should be flooded with that once we load in a burger. But we have to actually attach it. So what we're going to do is almost exactly like what we've done in physics object, which looks like this is pretty much what this is trying to do. Oops. How we have this is the constructor, and it basically is built off of the original one. We pass in location with a default. But obviously we need to change this to burger object instead, and this to physics object instead. So then we built upon what we already do, but now we can open this up and do like, see, referencing it is going to be like kind of the awkward part, because I don't know if I can necessarily do this and then do like update function. Then this may or may not work. I'm not really sure. I mean, if this works just like this is pretty much exactly what I want, and it's pretty minimal in terms of code. And then all I need to do is just adjust this function to actually do something I want. And then what I would do in here is I can just add int that's like cookedness, the cookedness, you know. Could go with temperature, but that could be potentially confusing. Is cookedness the right word, or is it just like cookedness? Crookedness. I don't want crookedness. A good word for cookedness. Maybe doneness is a better word. But it looks like cookedness is a real word. Sorry, I just started reading like a Reddit post about somebody who kept going to the library because they were trying to achieve their academic goals and they developed a crush on a girl and they couldn't stay focused. Anyway, what were we saying? How does that have to do one word? Be bias kicked or something similar. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be one word. I think I'm just gonna go with doneness because cookedness sounds weird. But yes, just something simple and straight to the point as possible. It's generally best. Actually, I probably want this to be a float and not a integer, because of a little fun trick I'm gonna try later that I won't spoil. So we've got that, and then what was the other thing I was gonna keep track of? I was thinking maybe temperature. So like when it's over the stove, it would heat up, and then once it's at a certain temperature, it would then start to start cooking, and then you would take it off. It would still, like, the temperature would go down, so it might cook a little more. Be like a little more realistic, kind of fun. But maybe I'll just hold off on that for now. So we'll just get a bool called cooking, and then this will determine whether or not it's currently, cooking. And then we'll have a thing that increases its doneness while it's cooking, yada yada yada. So anyway, so let's test this out. So if I ran this right now, it definitely wouldn't work because this burger object isn't actually being used anywhere. So what we need to do is sort of convert this here where we're loading this test burger so that it creates a burger object instead. So we adjust that, and then we adjust that. That should create it. Then right now, it's loading this burger right here. What we want it to do is do that in here automatically for us. And then we can have a system later for doing different types of burgers, whatever, yada yada yada. But for now, we'll just keep it here. But just to test this, we're just going to run this and then see if our console starts getting flooded with burger. Yeah, so that means that this is a certified burger object. So yeah, this is running, and it's automatically being attached when it's created. So don't tell me there's an ad right now. You're lying. There's no ad. Don't say that, dude. Don't say that. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying, like, there was an ad that started, like, right now. Like, that'd be really funny if there's, like, an ad that started playing. Yeah, that's like your radio voice. I know what you're saying. But yeah, so that's cool. I'm glad that worked. That was honestly pretty simple. I figured something like that would be possible. I just didn't know if I would be missing some step on how to do it. Because it's like a little bit convoluted. But anyway, so let's go ahead and go a step further. So we're going to rip this line out. And then we're going to do this. But this is going to become this. Oops. So that's going to make the first one. And then what we're also going to do while we're here is attach raw cooked and Burton. And then I wonder if I want to do that. Something to think about for later, but maybe not now. I was thinking, do I just want to make it so it adds the object to the engine automatically? But probably not for now, because that's sort of like changes how the engine is used typically. Probably don't want to do that, but Anyway, so this now should work pretty much exactly the same as it just was a second ago, except for now, anytime we load a burger, we're gonna get these guys. But I did kind of make it, oops. Or this should actually add the texture into that's way too many parentheses. This should add it on the end rather than setting the first one, because I just reloaded the other ones and then overwrote them immediately, which isn't very helpful. Okay, so now it should be pretty much exactly like it was before. Yeah, okay, great. And so we can now adjust this test function. I'm also going to move it to the bottom. Maybe put a space here. And then what we can do is we can adjust this function. So the question is, what do we want this function to do? I don't know that we necessarily have something for it to do right this second. Other than we could do something like, just as a test, we could make it so this update function updates its cookedness while it's cooking, or its doneness while it's cooking. We can rename this function. Where is the rename button? There it is. Wow. I guess I could just call it cook. I mean, that's fine. I was gonna say like cook while hot, but cook's fine enough. What we're gonna do is, if, oops, I don't need to capitalize it. If cooking what is all of this? I see it's trying to like edit the texture while doing this, but I don't need all that right now. No, I can't really remember. I don't think I put like delta time on these things yet. So let's do that real quick. This way it will be constant rather than based on FPS, which is a good thing. I need to get the, what's it called? Downcast version of this. Is that what it's called? If I have an example of this. Okay. I don't know if I have an example of this in this code I'm looking at right now. Let me see if I can find one. 'Cause, 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 Okay, where is it highlighting exactly? Like, I genuinely don't see. What's it talking about? It might be something like that, but yeah, I just don't think I have any in this project. This. Yeah, I think this is more so what I was trying to do. Seems like gravity's a little bit slow now, but it will at least be consistent. Yeah, sneeze. Goodness. Just change it to one that's weighed 10 times as much. Be better at least. Okay, so now so now let's say we started this at true. Good in theory. Now be cooking very slowly, probably, but number go up. Gravity is still maybe a little bit slow, but not the end of the world. So bring that back to false, and then rip that code for now. Oops. This. Getting like hiccups and such. Forget. Okay, so now we should be able to toggle. And then, okay. What did I do now? I mean, it's got to be this line, right? That's the only thing I've added. So what's so wrong with this, huh? Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so now I should be able to right click and toggle it cooking. I bound it to middle mouse instead on accident, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. So now that we can have the burger, we can start it, change it from cooking, not cooking, and change the doneness based on that. Then, well, the next step is to make it visually represent that. So what we can do is like an easy option would be like, you don't necessarily need to print the doneness, but I'll leave that for now. We'll put this as a block. So that's going to obviously update it. And then we can do if doneness. It's not going to accept that. It's going to be burger. Doneness, whatever. Greater than or equal to 1. Index is 1. And then greater than or equal to 2, that'll be 2. I'm gonna make sure that runs, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom and just let's see if it changes. Come on. Okay, that's really cool. I'll be back. Hello, hello. Back, I'm sorry. Fable, are you back yet? You make your food? I went to make food. What? Me? Who, me? Me? The best? In all caps? Well, that's just so sweet. You want to see my burger cook? The burger is cooking. So it's cooked now. You just gotta slap it enough. Well, that's not working. Yeah, I can worry about that later. What I do want to do is, instead of changing the texture index, that's not really what I want to do. What I want to do is do the same thing here. Oops. I'm going to draw layers like this, okay. We're gonna like draw each of the what's the word I'm looking for? Each of the textures over the regular texture, which hopefully this will just draw it right on top. I don't think I wrote that shit. Like, clearly something is not exactly right here, as you can see. which is because I don't think it's going off of what's the word I'm looking for? Camera space. It's just going off window space. What is this typing in here? Lignus? The hell does that mean? You can figure it out. Why do I keep putting a T? This might be the... I might be backwards. That's where the cursor.
私をある限界に制約し続ける。
Must be this that I missed. Why is it giving me... Ah. Sense. The D-Rex? Not the T-Rex? What's the D stand for?
The supervillain versus the gold digger. Doom.
The D-Rex do? Why is it that this is not? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Does it? Probably. So they decided to call it a D-Rex because it has human DNA. That does seem like a little bit odd to me, but that's how they decided to name it. But you know, not like the H-Rex, like the human Rex. I don't know what to tell you. Guess I'm just not the namer. Distortus? What does that have to do with turtles? I know I'm first. I'm sorry. What's the right number for gravity? Seems fine. And you're just making stuff up. Kind of. This movie, I don't even think this is a real documentary. I think this is fake. Oopsie. Tell him. So, anyway, this is going to draw the separate layers, but what I need to do now, or not real, man. What I need to do now is adjust the alpha modifier of those layers based on the doneness. So this should look pretty neat here in a second. If I've got this all set up correctly. It should mostly just be. I keep typing it. It should be pretty much just like that. What I do need to do is both of this is 0 from the jump. So this kind of works. I think I need to do something like this. Yeah. That's wonderful. I like this. See, I burned my burger. Right. Gotta make sure all those textures are unique. Well, a lot of the important pieces of the burger functionality. Put these spread real quick. Have that folder open, but this way, I guess. Because I'm going to need essentially this times 2. I'm also gonna want like a little wiggle room. So it'll be kind of like something like that. Nice sort of spacing here. Are these my burners right here? Something like that. Probably It's just the default palette here. A bit darker than that. How am I doing with this burner? Probably should stop about there, right? I don't know that I like the look of that. Proficient am I in burger size? You'd like to know, buddy? What's half of 56? How about that? Where's the eyeballs? We're still working on that technology. Let's see, that's just... Is that good enough? No, I don't think it is. Sorry, I'm doing like a really important part here, you know, just like really important. Extremely important. The graphical fidelity of Monster Burger here. Pop like gushers do to you, dude. What are you talking about? Clearly you don't, dude. You don't get it. I don't think I like this burner design. I like it much, but it's alright. It's really only temporary, you know? We can make better graphic later. What's the black stuff? That's like, this is like a stove top, right? This is like the electric, like an electric burner. But it's not very compelling. That's what we'll say. It's not so sure they like it. Just take off some of these. Maybe that's a little better, but it doesn't really matter that much. Let's save it. Save that. So take this out though. This is kind of heat. It's kind of dope. Alright, so we spawn in a burger, right? You know, throw it around, and maybe spawn in a couple more, whatever, right? So now, obviously, I don't have a stove yet, right? But if we wanted to like cook the burger, right, we got to have the technology to do that. So if I like right now, if I right click them, I like turn them on, I start the cooking. So now you can see he starts cooking. You right click to, toggle it back off. And then also, I can like just let him keep going. So you can just burn the burger like it's some garlic bread left in the third deck. Yeah. So we're starting to cook burgers. How do you like your burger? You like it just completely charred or just completely raw? Those are your options. Pick one. Raw with eyeballs. 100% raw. Should we add some eyeballs to the burger? The raw eye burger. Like a fairly even spread of eyeballs, Let's get some a couple blue pupils. Guess I should have like done a filled circle on that. Smart. I'm gonna make this one like just really looking straight at you. Is it looking good? Is this how you like your eyeball burger? Say like this, probably gonna look something like that. like about right. Too far into the red. Like a little variation of color in there. Major. Yeah, something like that. That looks pretty good, I think. So let's go ahead and see each outline. Did that actually do it? No. It's because I have that out. The background is mask. Yeah, I'll just have to do it manually. It's alright. Maybe there's some way to make it work. I feel like I should be able to just do an outline by selection, but hold on. Guess I can't. Am I doing all this in like this? Like this image editor? Is that what you're asking about? This is Aseprite. It's like a good pixel art tool. It's doing it all in my mind. This time, goodbye. You'll have to come back to see your cooked eyeball burger, though. I don't make eyeball burgers for nothing. Good luck. this like too much eyeball? That's probably fine. Can't get too caught up in, you know, the minutia. There's some other eye colors and people. I guess like realistically it doesn't matter. It can all be made up. I guess they don't even have to necessarily be circular eyes. Yeah, purple eye here. Does that look kind of odd? That does make more sense. What the colors can we get in here? Looks like a more darker brown's good. Are we allowed to have an orange eye? Probably have an orange eye. Get like two blue ones. Probably do like another green because green's pretty common. Be like a more interesting green though. Yeah. Two more. Should we get a gray? Gray eyeball up in here? Pink? We don't even have any red eyeballs. I also don't have a pink one yet. Let's do this. Okay. Make this red eye. I like the red. Red. Let's go with the red. There we go. And what did I do? Was it like -40? just apply that for a second. Very spam shaped burger. Yeah, I'd have to agree. And I can't. Let's do this. Try to sort of color match these here. To Control U. Yeah. You might have to help me with this color matching. I think I had this at like -40. And I can't remember if I had this at 15, but this could have also been -50. I don't think going up there is helping. Looks like it must have been about 10. We can reset this if that helps. 15. It's like more like a 15 or 10. I can't imagine I went with anything else. That look the same? Certainly similar.
Eyes in your burger patty?
Yeah, does this look the same?
This is slightly too red.
So I need to change this to 15.
That looks almost identical to me. It's like the tiniest bit browner. The whole.
Why did it just turn completely?
I don't know. It's like they're the same color. It's like the brightness is just a little different, but they look almost indistinguishable.
I can do 15, -40. That makes it seem. Could have been 45.
I don't know why it looked different there.
You think it's more of a 45 or a 50?
It's on 45.
This is 45. This is 50.
50.
Final answer.
I feel like I was at the eye dot. Is it 1 or is it 2? Look at all the eyeballs, see? Ripping them, look at you. I need a drink from my mother.
Well, Gabe falling. Huh? You should give one of them to Gabe.
Bird burger, no. Are you gonna make that to where you can burn? Extra crispy.
Yeah, it looks good. Not like you want to eat it, but
Does that look good? As for like a burnt one
yeah.
or a cooked one?
Burnt.
Are those the 5 stages of Borgor?
Eyeballs being in it is not a stage of burger, no.
Oh, I meant like the shades. Not necessarily like. I guess.
I think that was not dark enough.
What is the burger made out of?
Was it
Kind of neat. Mystery meat?
Hmm. That's too gone. That's too gone. Looking creepy, dude. I think it looks good. Like,
Yeah, you need that.
yeah, it looks fucking delicious. Finally, some good fucking food. Okay, but check this out. Where am I? I'm lost. Not, you didn't go. That one. Okay, check this out.
I like the colors on the menu.
The colors. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, so we can spawn burgers, right? Pick them up. Why are you laughing?
I'm happy. I love when you
You're
make
laughing at
games.
my burgers.
Those are my-
You think this is funny? You think this is a game?
It's like when you made the particle game, okay? I'm happy. Now it's monster patties.
Okay, but check this out, right? Now, obviously, the way I'm toggling this and doing this is like temporary, but look, when I right-click them, watch.
It's cooking. It's cooking. Ah! And then you can add some like sizzling, and then like it'll be like a little like charcoal smoke animation when it starts to burn. Burn the patties. Yeah.
Yeah, we're cooking.
Can you actually stop it from going to burning by clicking again?
Yeah. Obviously, there's not much visual indication on them being,
That's so
actively cooking.
cool. That's so cool.
but yeah, so they can be any level of like raw to done to burn. So like theoretically, your customer could be like, "Hey, I want my burger just barely cooked."
I want it raw.
Or like, "I want my shit black." You just give them this burger. You give them their like charcoal plank burger. Like,
what if a very
people.
rare spawning monster, and it's just Jacob, and he just wants to.
It's just like literally a
burn.
picture of Jacob.
Yeah,
Me and my children with some
it's
burnt
that one
burgers.
where it's like the floating face of him cut out. You should put that one in the game. It's like the rarest monster you can get.
But yeah, so the burgers are cookable.
Yeah. Are you gonna make it to where like people can have their buns toasted?
Sure. It's all possible in Burger World. But also we have now this variant, the iBurger, which I don't really have a way to, pick different ones, but Luke was here, so I added in the iBurger because that's what he wanted. There's no like collision between them, so when they stack up, it's kind of impossible to separate them again, but that's for a later date. But I think the iBurger actually turned out looking pretty decent.
I love it.
It looks really good cooked, actually, I think.
Just eyes staring at you from a void.
It is kind of wall of fleshy. But I like having like some brighter pieces within the burnt stuff. It looks better than the other burger that's just like completely jarred. But yeah, like this, I think this looks really good actually.
It does.
Um,
It looks like it would be in like a indie horror game. But I guess that's what it's gonna be.
but I don't know that I really like the shape of the burger overall. It definitely is a little bit to be desired.
Just make it spam.
Um,
Monster spam.
but yeah, so
Those eyes judging me?
no, this is the stovetop.
Oh, okay.
I think
I
I
was
need to
gonna say
work
that's-
on these burners though. They don't look very,
They look very advanced.
or like, Yeah, I was trying to go for like an electric burner with the coil, but
Kind of like
it didn't really cross very well. And I didn't want to sit there and tweak with it forever. So I just called it good enough there. But the next step is to make it so you have a stove, and that stove is where the heat is, and then when the burger's on the stove, then it's cooking until you take it off. Oh, also I did add this so I can like bring the items to different sections. So so I can pick this up and be like, here you go.
take it off the floor, you peasant.
Yeah.
Is that his head or is that like a menu board?
No, that's a menu board.
Okay.
He can't move right now.
He's paralyzed?
He's currently disabled, for sure.
Like there's an update waiting.
This is what he looks like, though. He looks like he has the lemon-shaped head.
He has a very lemon-shaped head.
Yeah, his name is Horrible.
Oh, I like that.
Anyway, I need those burgers back, sir.
Just put the pond monster on the table. That's what he needs.
Yeah, so let's add the stove. Yo, Gabe, you ever had one of these? I bet you haven't. The ice cream sundae A&W. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a little heavy on the fudge flavor, but it's pretty good. I don't know. Is it Fred Meyer? Anyway, let's get this. Let's get the stove up in here. You know. Hey. You know. I'm kind of a drink guy. You know this. You be knowing this. Okay. I am kind of the drink. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Tastes like fudge. Oh, I have. These are actually pretty good. These, what? Why is there like battery acid on the bottom of this? Anyway. Strawberry banana V8 energy. Somebody spilled like a little monster or something on there. I don't know if you can be able to see that. I don't know if the camera will focus on it. It's like I don't know, battery acid on the bottom of it. Is it healthy? It's definitely better for you than a monster, that's for sure. You know, it's made of like fruits and vegetables. It's a V8, so. But I don't know. I don't think the camera's gonna focus on it very well. But there's weird on the bottom of it. I'm also sitting on one of these. I haven't tried this one yet. I think I'm saving it for Split Chunk Day. It's the Peach Ghost. Could be pretty good. But it's weird, these cans don't have the texture anymore. They're like smooth. Yeah, I'm not sure why they did away with that. Maybe because it's probably just like not really worth the money. Probably just cost more to make the cans like that. And at this point, like they've got their market, you know? Like maybe it was kind of like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Let me try one of these before. But now it's like Ghost has their market. They don't care anymore. They're focused on different things. Okay, anyway, so we've got this stove. Yeah, I think good treats for me is drinks. I like a drink. Okay. What were we gonna say? I don't know. It's getting kind of late. My brain's getting a little. You know what I'm saying? So it worked. So gotta, you know, can't be like what I would love to do right now. You just crack that ghost energy. You just keep banging them and banging them and banging them. But unfortunately, you gotta work. So I gotta, you know, make sure I let my body come to a natural rest so I can sleep and wake up a little more refreshed and ready for the day. But I would love to just keep banging them and banging them and banging them. Are we bubble brain? I kind of prefer bubble gum brain, if I'm honest. I had that Hubba Bubba ghost, and it was actually good, but it's not as good as I remember. I don't know if it changed because they had like some issue or whatever, and it's different now, or if it's just not quite as good as I remember it. But it's still good. I'd drink it again for sure. Okay, so anyway, we've got this is a 2-stove burner, right? So we're gonna need to keep track of should I make it so the burners can be turned on individually, or just have it so the whole thing turned off? I think for now I will just keep it one, keep it simple. We can do more stuff later. You know, hey, keep it a buck. Jacob, you wouldn't know what a buck if it just like was grazing in your field. You be out there eating your guys, like, what is that? What? What is that thing, dude? It's got like things on its head. They're like forks. What the hell? Yeah. Because that shit don't make sense. Anyway, so we're going to do stove object. And then we're going to do pretty much exactly what we did before. As far as this top line, this thing's trying to throw me a bunch of other stuff I don't really care about, but Alright, honestly, my keyboard is like not in a good position to be typing on. So I can't really do it super fast. But that's alright. Okay, so now we should be able to create a stove object. But what we want to do, kind of like how we are up here in Burger Land. Jacob, did you see the eyeball burger? I think you'd like the eyeball burger. Anyway, we want to show eyeball burger. Pick this out. You got eyeball burger patty. This guy, dude, he doesn't even know the technology or what? Bit of a jump scare there. Yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah, gold bloom. I know a gold, but yeah, I think it came out pretty good actually, considering how quickly I threw this eyeball burger together. Obviously, I had the burger already, but what I can't really show you right now is I set it up so you can cook burgers, but I removed that functionality because I'm adding the stove right now. Well, I didn't remove the functionality, but I don't have a way to do it right now because I'm adding the stove right now. Actually, what I do need to do is rename this off, and then we're going to take this it's not quite the right color, something like that. This way we can differentiate when it's on or off a little bit better visually. Back up a little bit here. What did I press the wrong button? Yeah, I did. I'll admit it, I'll admit it. Let's see, I need to change its color a bit. Just a tad bit that way. And then what did I do it there? It needs to be like over here, you know? Maybe something like this. Does it really matter? Really? I just need to be able to see it visually. But I also kind of care. That looks pretty good, right? I think so. I think it looks good enough. It's a bit of a gradient. I can live with it for sure. Now, I know what you're all gonna say once I get to it. Wait a minute. Why is he just putting a burger straight on the burner? Like, aren't you supposed to like put it in a pan or something? Or like, shouldn't you do something like a grill? Why you just put it? I know. I thought of it. Okay. I just like this is what, dude. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it, Jacob. Okay. I know, right? It's just a proof of concept, right? This can be reskinned to a griddle, whatever you want to call it, okay? Anyway, thinking about adding like a little egg timer, you know, those ones you go, and then it goes, and then it goes off because it's a timer. Thought that'd be kind of dope. Let's do this. So I did save that, right? Okay, so now we've got these two versions. What I think I also want to do is in the center here, I'm going to add a dial. And I want to give it a little more room. So I think we're going to maybe just raise this up a little bit like this. And then I'll probably also just raise up the sides because, well, it's just gonna look a little bit weird if they don't match, right? Thoughts? Prayers? But that also might be like a little too like, it should be steeper, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You know, like, it kind of makes sense here going with the curve there, and it could make sense on the inside, but I think on the outside it should be more steeper. Is this even lined up correctly? Yeah, it is. Just color that in. Raise this up. Color that. Color that in. Then probably this be something like that. Add it out a little more. Now this is some music to draw to. Good night, Burger Man. My fellow Burger Man. They are the same. Save, save. And let's make a dial here. I think what I'm actually going to do is basically just put a bright pink circle right here. That's going to represent the dial. That will be there because the dial is actually going to be a button that you can click, and it'll have its own little graphical piece. So. But it's going to be like a sub object of the burner. But either way. So let's see. This isn't going to be perfectly square. It's going to be 24 by 19. So the best circle I can get in here, that's going to be even. It's going to have to be 18 by 18. That's the most, but I think probably I want to scale it back a little bit. So I think I go in 4 and then down 1. And then so 18 by 18. So we need to move over 1 more. So 5 and 1. Here. It can be 16 by 16, then give a little extra room on the bottom. And the top. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I'll probably come back and shrink this down so I can sort of play with the edges of the dial. But now that can sit like that. I'll just give me a visual indicator of the button. So then let's go ahead and go back here. And under stove object, we're going to kind of do like, well, let's just do this. I'm just going to do a similar thing here. But now we can just replace those. And then the depth, we want to make sure that this is actually going to be behind the burgers at all times. So we'll put it to like farther away. And then we don't need these lines. We do want to reset the size, so we'll leave that. We only have 2 textures, so we don't. Pixie, what are you doing? No, you get up here. You get up here onto your cat tree. Cat tree. Get up there. Don't yell at me. Why would you do that? Some people's children. Anyway, so yeah, we got that, but we want to replace that with game grep. Off. So up on. Cool. And then realistically, to make this work, we're gonna also need to add collision, which is gonna kind of be a whole nother kind of thing. Because I'm gonna have to essentially hold a list of everything that has collision. And will it be first person? Yeah, I guess so. More definitely first person as opposed to top down, if those are sort of like the perspectives you're yeah, I would say first person, because it's not gonna, you're not gonna look down at the stove tops and stuff. That'll be from the side. But I don't know that first person's the best way to describe it, because I feel like to some degree that almost implies like you can look around, but you know, and you know, you probably won't see your hands doing anything. But anyway, so now we should be able to load in a stove object. So let's go ahead and do tempo load stove. And I'm just gonna like copy this line because it's gonna be pretty much exactly what I want. Seems I want to replace this with stove. I could have done the replace function feature thingy, but this is probably going to just throw it right in the middle of the screen. Which is obviously not entirely helpful, but you know. But it's right there. Oh, I think the size is probably about right. I could definitely do with like moving it or having a whole bottom part of the oven as well. That would be a good idea. And probably also like changing this wrap background to be something like a little more reasonable than this. What is this font? Oh, it's like the RuneScape font. It's awesome. First, let's just erase all of that on default palette. Get this kind of like blue off white kind of color here. This, and we'll go 256 up. What a stream world. Is that a little flower or a heart? I think it might be a heart. But it's really small. It kind of looks like a rose. But what up? What up? Is that too far? No. It might not even be far enough. Let's just do the whole thing and then we'll go from there. Basically, I kind of want to just build a line that's going to be like the top of it'll like kind of define where a table would stop, right? If that makes sense. Like a table, a stove, whatever different thing should exist. But like electrical sockets on the wall, that type of thing. Just make this screen a little bit more bearable to look at. I kind of meant to move that a little bit, but I guess I can do that. That's fine. I want to give it a little more room than that. Does it matter? Probably not really. And then let's see if this seems about a reasonable height, because like the stovetop would sort of sit there. It might be a little too short. But then we can put shelves and stuff, and then I don't know. I might try to figure out some way to do like a second layer of stoves or something, because I feel like just one two-dimensional layer isn't going to be enough stovetops, or like. Well, by stovetops, I mean any sort of thing, right? Like maybe you need a fryer, stovetop, cooler, maybe. I don't know. Any different machinery or utilities you might need, gonna be all up in that spot. Should I just make this a physics object for now? Does this seem reasonable? Kind of like that. Yeah, right. But then I feel like there's so much space upwards that it feels hard to use it, you know? Because like I'm like, oh, I could put some shelves up there, but also I almost feel like this is a reasonable size. Like if you were to look at your stove in like your kitchen, right? Like it's that wide. It's probably about that tall up, right? Well, I don't know. I'm gonna give you a minute to look. I gotta do some real world measurements. This song is maybe a little too much. I have like a. Okay, well, I do like this song, but I don't know that I'm allowed to. Not here. I have a tape measure somewhere. Somewhere very close. I thought I had one in my drawer, but I know I have one. Found it. I'm gonna go measure the stove. Okay. It's 30 inches wide and 37 inches tall, roughly. Not exactly, but so it's damn near perfectly square. So, given that information, if I was to take this, it's 320 pixels wide, and that line I went up to 256, so it should be a little higher, I think, but not by a lot. So like 320. Yeah, I guess it's a decent amount higher. Yeah, 256. Yeah, it's true, but I don't want to get much wider because, like I said, if I want like a stovetop, like a griddle or fryer, you know, like it's just, there's not that much space for it. So I want to be pretty conservative with my horizontal space, because above things, you know, like putting a shelf for stuff is going to be easy, you know, like I don't know, just throw seasonings up there, whatever, stuff like that. That's going to be, you know, easy to, I'll have plenty of room upwards. Whereas I won't really sideways if I want to build it in a way that's pretty like normal and realistic. But if I'm gonna go by my real life stove, what did I say it was? It was 30 and 37. So like it should be about 400 pixels high compared to 256. That's a pretty good amount higher. And again, I don't mind too much about losing the upward space, I guess. So let's do that. Let's make the base area 400 pixels. Which, yeah, it's gonna be pretty good amount larger. I've been a little silly. Yeah, like almost 1.5 times as high, which is nothing to sneeze at. So let's save that. It's a reboot. I actually shouldn't hit that button. Sometimes that button just causes like really bad lag and stuff. So there's that. Taking up a pretty good amount of the upward space, but I think that's fine because I also can add like sort of either shelves underneath or like the buttons for the fryer would probably go underneath it, you know. And then I can obviously add like an oven under the stove, those sort of things. So I will be using the space under as well. And so having it be a little taller is probably good. Make it a bit easier. You know. So yeah, that looks pretty decent there. Obviously this thing doesn't necessarily need to actually have physics, but it's nice to be able to move it to test and also just be able to make things that can move easier. You know, like it'd just be extremely easy to add an onion as an item. It's like boom, there's an onion, and it just exists, or you know, like a bun, lettuce, you know, all those good things. But let's go ahead and unphysics object this. It doesn't actually need to be, and then we can this to be where it should be. Let's hide this Y in it. It's gonna be like 400 minus its whole divided by 2, I do believe, because currently the objects are centered, and then it's gonna be, so 400's that line, and then because it's centered, half of it would be below. So if I move it halfway of its height upwards, it should line up. And then we're gonna go ahead and do spell whole dot x equals 0. We're gonna add its whole x or width divided by 2 because we want to move it to the right so that it lines up to the left, yada yada yada. So now it should be on the left wall at the correct height. And I'm an idiot. So the reason it's over there is because the 0, 0 is at the center right here, right? Not here. This would normally be like 0, 0, but I have it adjusted so 0, 0 is here. So I need to rethink my math on how to put. I'm gonna put this away, this tape measure, because I'm gonna sit here and just keep doing this over and over, and you probably don't want to listen to that. I mean, maybe you did. I don't know. Need a Sour Patch Kid. And I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. I'd like to get the soap working, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time to really do that. Okay, so what I could do kind of as a hack here is just put that where I want it, and then subtract G base res y divided by 2, and that should pretty much get me what I want. I can just look at the number and then copy and paste that. I think something like that should work. Okay, it looks like it worked for the X, but I must have done something wrong for the Y. Oh, yeah, because it wouldn't be 400, it would be the base res minus 400 minus that. Which, well, honestly, this math's not that crazy, and it only happens when it spawns. So it really wouldn't be that big of a deal if it was left that way. We'll probably still just do this real quick. It's negative 800 and 124. And then, I don't know why I keep hitting that button, because this is gonna happen. It's gonna freeze and be like, ah! And I just have to sit here and wait now. What the hell, man? I knew I shouldn't do it. Okay, well, let's make this dial while we wait. This is the room I got to work with. Let's copy that. Give me a 16 by 16 dial. Alright. Let's kind of use the same colors here, so we can do Shift O, then inside, and it just like never works for some reason. Oh, is it because this is actually no, because this is actually not transparent, it's just was gray. And so I think I actually want to pull in the circle like 1, something like this. So that I can sort of put a peak up here, you know. Okay, it's just hard to tell because I think the gray is like exactly the same. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to sort of this sort of peak here. What's the maybe this color here? Hopefully this will help a little bit differentiate between the background color and the side here. I mean, like, even that might just be good enough. I don't know if I need all that shadow there. That there. Maybe something like this. But maybe just extend this down more. That wasn't exactly what I was trying to do with extending it, but let's do this. Shift G. I don't know if it needs that many steps, so let's just smooth out the steps here a little bit. Looks better. By smooth, I mean unsmooth, actually. And yeah, it looks better. Honestly, it just doesn't matter. Just do the you know that. It doesn't need to have like a lot of flashiness, you know. But it's gonna sit like that. And then get rid of that. Do this. Because we should realistically never see that, but it'll be kind of a easier way to see if it's lined up properly or whatever. Kind of just an indicator there should be something there. And then what I also want to do is add like let's do this real quick. It is a little middle finger-ish. I won't lie. I won't disagree with you on that one. Okay, should it be here? Here. Probably there. That's better. Right. And then I can lock that layer and sort of mess with kind of like some markings on the edge here. I don't really need them, but I want them. You know? But I need to sort of decide geometrically how I'm going to decide where they go. That makes sense. Unfortunately, these middle ones are going to be off. There's not really anything I can do about that. You know, I could just not have them. But it's like that's worse. Oops. So I don't need these two. These are just gonna be something like this. It looks fine. And then I wanted to add like a little light indicator here. So this should be like for when it's on. And then when it's off. We're just gonna take this color and turn the valence down. Just go -80. Guess I could have just typed 20, but I have to darken these lines. Maybe they're too. Faint. That's good. Obviously, I have this window pretty small, so like it's hard to see detail on things too much. So, and there can be some fiddling with all that to make it better on lower resolution. But you know, so I guess we could try doing like everything is expanded in here. Incredible. What an scale. That's the right word. It might be better this way. I'll leave it on that way and see if it's any better. But so what I want to do now is make it so I can turn the burner on. So do I have an example in here? I think I should, kind of in the menu. It might be better to open Sacred Gambit again to give it a look. Should we do a quick run of Sacred Gambit? Just like a little peek. Just a little look. See what's cooking up in Sacred Gambit. Definitely something has happened in here since I've done nothing, right? It just builds itself slowly. That's definitely how it looks. Right. That's how it looks. I don't like this level. Of course, I'm sure nothing's broken either. Everything probably works perfectly. Like, you know. Nothing weird even happened. This guy is level 2 though. Not a bad level up though on these two. 4 and 8's not bad. Double attack. Okay, okay. Yeah, this almost looks like a game or something. Uh-oh, he hit me. Now he leveled up. Yeah, I like the level up screen. I thought it was looking pretty clean. And we both missed. Yeah, I was definitely putting quite a bit of effort into the effects for the leveling up, making it look nice. Okay. Okay. 6 for 8. The leveling up? Well, the leveling up hasn't even hardly been revealed to the world at all, actually. Like, I've taken a few little moments to work through it, but I think it's pretty clean. But it's definitely still has quite a bit of work to do for me to like polish and have out there, because you can see some of the like AI movements happening while the level up's happening. Also, you could probably tell there's a kind of like the memory leak with this screen because I have it working but not finalized, and that's why I got to do the review and all that shit. So you can see my RAM usage is just going up while I have this level up screen up. You can see it plateaus again once it's there, because it's just yeah, it's a memory leak, and it's not super complicated. Just building the functionality and then fixing it after. You know? But yeah, so like they have levels and XP, and yeah, it mostly works. Just making it so it represents all that. It does have some sort of garbage collection going on, but it's certainly not perfect. Anyways, what in the hell? Anyway, yeah. Then when they die, they go to the sideboard there. Yeah. Yeah. What I wanted to do before I did the next like public update drop thing was get all those kinks worked out, got the level up system, because like the numbers and everything work. Like there's not really any issue with getting the XP, leveling up, with applying the stats. It's all visually represented because it's really important for that to be visually represented, I feel like. Because if your character levels up, nothing's said. You don't know what stats you gained. You don't even know I leveled up until you click and you go, huh? Wait, what? He's level 2? Since when? Right? And then, just a little bing, bing, bing when they level up. I like it. I put some time designing, whatever. But I wanted to get that all polished and working. And then to make that even worthwhile as a feature, make it so that your characters get saved through each fight, which that system already exists. It's just not fully applied. And then once that's done, which shouldn't be long to take much work after getting all the leveling up stuff fixed, the biggest issue is the way the AI interacts with it, because it's supposed to sort of just like stop what's going on and show the level ups, do all that, then you click to move on from it. So, you sort of confirm you see it, yada, yada, yada. But the AI doesn't really give a shit. It just keeps going. And I'm pretty sure there's a bug where if like someone levels up during a certain time, then like the AI will start acting on your turn, or like the other way around, like you can move on their. I don't know. It's because there's like a variable that's being used that sort of stops the action that's being used by both the AI and what's controlling, making it so you can't do anything till you close that level up screen. And I just need to make sure I sort of separate that into two things. But either way, so I wanted to do those two things so you can level up and all that, and then keep your characters through the run if you survive, right? And then the third thing that makes all of that even have a reason to exist is when you beat a level, you go to like the post-game screen. Like, just like finish this fight real quick. Also, you can see it shows like how much XP you get even if there's not a level up, and it goes and then goes away. That's pretty clean. And then I also make it so that potentially two people could level up at once. This guy's kind of getting a banger level up. Defense has a lower chance to level up because that stat's OP. But anyway, so the last thing I wanted to implement. Oh, see, two leveled up at the same time right now. The last thing I wanted to implement was, like, obviously there's this victory screen, right? And you can hit reset and whatever. But I want it to be this victory screen. Shows this, then you hit like continue, and then just like, you know, as a proof of concept basic form, you get like pick one of three rewards, you know, very Slay the Spire, or really any roguelike-esque, where it's like pick one of three rewards. This item is like just gain 50 gold. This one's like pick a, you know, gain one attack on a unit, or like, you know, maybe super rare is like all units gain 1 HP. So, you know, some things like that. Even if it's like really kind of minimal and basic at first, getting that sort of proof of concept basic system down, and then like also some way to like recruit more units in the long run, and then obviously like managing stuff comes beyond that. Obviously that's going to be in steps, right? Like right now I'm just going to have that, and then you hit continue onto the next battle, and then I already set up a way so that I can adjust the level of the enemies when you load it. So like, you know, when you beat the first level, then maybe, you know, the second one they're level 2. Probably it's not going to be like level 1, then 2, then 3, because I think you get outscaled pretty quickly. But, you know, something like that where it's sort of getting more difficult. And then something else that didn't happen here. Oh, also there's the continue button, which doesn't actually really do anything. It's just a start button, but it only shows up if you already have a save theme, but it just doesn't currently load it because, you know, I haven't done that part yet. But also, as you'll see, it's like it didn't happen last time. You can see here there's some pawns as well as other objects. So there's like a bishop here, and a knight, and so like did I make keybinds so you can switch this? Yeah, okay. So you can see you can switch between these. You can see their stats can be different. So like everything kind of rolls basic stats, and then if you were to have them higher level, it would simulate all those stat rolls. And then the different pieces, the bishop, the knight, the rook, and the queen all have stat multipliers based on their rarity. So like the queen has like really good ones. So like there's a little bit of diversity in enemy type there. It's kind of just neat, you know. So yeah, there's definitely things in the works. Very seldom though. Recently have I been working on it, obviously. Yeah. No, I think what already exists is extremely cool. It's definitely the most like I don't want to use the word complete, but it definitely has like the most care put into it and the most done about it, you know? Like I have a lot of other projects where I just like throw them together, do some basic stuff. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then this one, you know, there's lots of steps that have been completed, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This pause menu is also pretty messed up, but it does have some fun features like toggling the HUD. You can win or lose from here. You can give XP to whatever you have there, so I can like test this easier. And oh, also, I guess I did. I don't even know if I mentioned it, but you can like adjust your HUD. It's like I can move this thing that shows like the turn we're on. I can move them around. And then now I even made it so like if I do that, then I start, then it saves that position. So you're like, man, that shouldn't be up there, it should be down here. Saves it, then you know it's still where it was. And that goes for all of the HUD elements. And you can see when you hold Alt, it'll like show them so you can click them and drag them. I haven't really made a way you can reset them easily, but there is a way you can, and the way you do that is you just go into here and go to where did I put it? It's in one of these folders. There is like a settings config file. It's right here, yeah. So I think this is the positions of them, so I'm pretty sure if I just like delete that one and reload it, yeah, it'll just reposition it there. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, cool stuff going on there, and I definitely plan on someday going back to it. The editor, I think, is like bugged right now. Yeah, there's something going on where it's loading like 2 maps right now instead of just one. But it can work. I just need to make that stop happening and it'll work again. And that's how I built the maps that I do have. So anyway, why did I open this? I needed like to borrow some code for something, right? Right. Okay, it was for buttons attached to things. That's what it was. Yeah, just a little trip down memory lane. But I might copy over the basics of the code for that and then move on. And by move on, I mean go to bed. That's what I meant. Because, well, it's almost 1. They do work tomorrow. I'm gonna copy this over once I find it real quick. Like, I want to work on Sacred Gambit, but what I was telling Thea earlier is like, it's for me, I don't want to work on it half-assed or even 90% assed. 99% might not even be good enough for me. I want 110% assed, like, effort on that project, because to me it would just be disrespectful in a sense. You know, that's not what that project is for. That project is for building excellence. You know, like I did a ton of documentation on what I was doing, like very, very intentional with everything I do on that project. So this Monster Burger, yeah, whatever. I just, you know, I just add that eyeball burger, you know, on a whim because Luke was in here like, where's the eyeball burger? Yeah. Yeah. It's sacred to me. You know, it's like cutting the cheesecake at Belize's, right? You know, they don't just let anybody do that. Okay, so I'm looking for a certain object. Probably like menu here. My brain is a little fried. So I'm looking for like when I left click, you know, it opens up like that sub menu thing on the left. That thing is pretty much what I'm looking for. So that has a good example of it, I do believe. Yeah. But what is that thing called? I cannot remember right now. Okay, it's one of these. Let's look at action display object. Okay, so like I knew it was I was going to be able to make a list of buttons, right? So we want a list of buttons, and then we can sort of add buttons to that list, and that button is going to be our dial, which I think I only really need one, technically. I don't really need a vector of them. And then let's say this dial. And then inside dial, we can
I got really confused. I thought because you were in the outside for a second, because I saw what your was just and I just peeped in.
Someone's always peeping in your window. Turkeys, cats, snails.
I started
Pixie's freaking out. Pixie is freaking out right now. Okay, so I really know I should go to bed, but I want to keep banging them and banging them and banging. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's that song? You know what? I'm gonna find that song. I'm gonna play it. I don't care if I get copyright strike. I don't care if they. Well, I do care if they execute me tomorrow. Actually, I do. But. Yeah, I just opened. I'm just gonna show you my Spotify real quick that I just opened. I swear I was not. I swear I was not listening to that, okay? I don't know who did that. I don't know, dude. Pixie? No, if you want the real answer, what's his name? I Hate Humans linked to me a playlist. He's like, I think you might like this playlist. And that's what the playlist was. It was all mommy ASMR. Anyway, this song I was going to play is called Bang Bang by Dr. Dre. You know Dr. Dre IRL? What the hell? I'm sure that's what you're talking about. What the fuck is this, man? Yeah, I have no idea who that is, but I figured like somebody probably knew him because he comes in here a lot often. And like, I don't know, just a random person. Kinda weird. Anyway, good night. Like, have fun. Yeah, me too. But I also think I need some chapstick.
Late nights is full of leaded whistles as it goes by. Murder arrives anytime. Bullets take flight when the 4-5 ignite. Some hearts skip a beat, some get blew out and never relight. With you in the sight of youngsters with automatics, busting on shit to lay everything down, even tourists and non-affiliates. These days, gunplay is official with green lights on every block. Know the sign tells you to stop on every corner. Cali niggas are dumping, you be shaking your soul loose from the box at the coroners, making death not so foreign to ya. Niggas got Rugers and M14s with enough ammo to leave in armored trucks. Swiss cheese, I've learned to stay away from house parties. I've seen too many go and end up absent without leave. Ain't no warm welcomings. My eyes have witnessed and beamed in on. Nights that don't sleep and fireworks until dawn. Now tell me, what the fuck is this man? Niggas doing brothers in worse than the clan. Can't even stand in front of your building and chill without yielding. 12-year-old children that kill, blood spilling. Thugs be illin', unnecessary slugs filling the sky. Usually drilling the one that wasn't willing to die. Yes, sir, in the killing field, I got my life preserver. And I do my time for murder. These niggas got the nerve to question me about the colors that I got on. I see that red dot on your knot. About to get your whole crew shot on. A soldier fortune, I'm the wrong man to plot on. Took him out on the spot before he even got on my hit list. Peep this, I cock back, you bow down. Bust round bloody, the ground retaliation sounds like this.
Anyway, banger alert. Okay, what's the issue here? I didn't make this like a thingy. Oh. That would make sense. It goes. Using a parenthesis. Stop selecting things. Let's see if that works. It's gonna put it somewhere. Or not, I don't know. It's gonna explode, apparently. Can it not find this image? Oh, sorry. Looks like it can. Let's put it to here. Looks like dial isn't anything yet. Another one. Let's see. Maybe kinda. It'd be like this, right? Is it? I don't know. That don't seem right. I don't think so. Just close. Just turn it off. Yeah. This is what I need. Is it actually right there, or is it accidentally saved? Sorry, I just gotta punch my microphone. Doesn't look like I have it saved on either of those. I might have it. I must have. Because I'm not even adding the object to the engine. This kind of should just throw it right in the middle of the screen. It's got its textures. It's got a width and height, depth. 16 by 16. So just not getting the texture. Seems like that's the issue. It seems like it's right there. I think it's a depth issue. Maybe it's because it's not an order object. So that's why it's there. Still there. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to see it though. It's like that's gotta be it in the center of the screen, right? I don't know what else it could be. Let's just not load it and see if that's there. Is that it? I don't know. It's even if I don't add it, it seems like that thing's still there. I don't know what that thing would be if it's not the dial. What is that thing? It's not on the main menu. Okay. Something once I hit start shows up. So let's not add the stove and see what happens. So even if I don't add the stove, it's still there. So I'm not sure which thing Unless it has something to do with the customer, but I don't think so. Is it the controller? Is that what it is? Could be that. What's that? So, kind of funny. See if I can find this then. It seems like it's finding the texture. It's gonna be something like really stupid. It's in there. I can see it. Where is it? It should be right in the center of the screen. What if we just make it an order object? What's the depth at default to? 0. It's right there. If it's because it's fixed, I think that might have been the problem. give that a shot. How is that wrong? It's because this is centered already. So yeah, I should probably just do this. I am gonna have to figure out what the how far down we go from the thing from the center here. And it's gonna be hard to center because well, I think I'll just have to do it this way. Oh my goodness. It's past my bedtime. The screenshot's gonna be tough to really go by because it's half scale. Let's just do this. You know, wait. What's that? And then. It's not gonna work out. It's centered that way. Add 7 pixels. Put down 7 pixels, so to squeak. some reason this is not quite centered correctly. That's down one too many. But also, it might be kind of hard to center it this way, depending on if it's centered or not.
She obeys my every command.
Somehow I think I was that creature.
Sometimes I have a feeling of doom.
Hanger alert.
The monster woman, she was wearing a negligee.
Was this some of what? Yeah, when I got off work at a slice ice. When I got off work at a slice.
Oh, there's rice. You want to eat it with oxygen now?
The work of the devil. This place is cursed.
You don't care what the price is. The monster woman, she was wearing a necklace. You don't care what the price is.
Oh. That should be correct. I wonder if I can do a little chibi here. Even like, even make it possible to use. I wonder why there's a window that's like offsetting.
You're at the end of your trip. There's a good chance you may never leave here alive.
You know, look at my burner. I can turn it on and off. So with my dial though. Still more work to be done, but got a toggleable burner, so that's cool. I do need to fix the burger. The depth. Yeah, okay. I think you're right. I'm not sure why the depth doesn't seem to be. Oh, I know why the depth doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm a silly guy. So it's changing just the depth of the stove, not the depth of the dial. And also the dial exists outside of where it should. There we go. Depth issue is fixed now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Some little D's progress. Pixie, I can't speak. Yeah, well, the usual stuff. Thanks everybody who stopped by, said hi. The usual. Yeah. I'm gonna peace out. Maybe do a little quick cook of a ahi tuner. Hey, right there, that's me. I'm that guy. That's me. Oh. Oh. Hey. Anyway, yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. Depending on what's going out. Maybe more Monster Burger. Depending how I feel.